Well, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to start the Royal Crown Intermediate Healing. Before we start this morning, if you would please pull up on the reins, remove cover, join with me as we go to the Lord in a word of prayer. Father God, thank you for this day. Thank you for the moisture that you sent us, Lord. Thank you for the opportunity you've given us to gather together this morning. We thank you for each and every person that's here. Thanks for bringing us here safe, Lord. And we just ask that you'd watch over us today. Have your hand of protection over this whole facility. We lift up all these cowboys and cowgirls and their livestock, Lord. We pray for safety and that they can compete to the best of their ability, Lord, and give you all the glory. Father, we're so thankful for this great country, and we pray that you'd be with our leaders and our decision makers, Lord. We pray that every day they could seek you out and be receptive of your will and put you first in each and every decision that they make. Father, we thank you for the freedoms we get to enjoy and those that defend them. Lord, we ask your blessing upon the veterans that have served us in the past. Lord, we ask that you be with our troops that are serving right now. Bring them home soon and safe. And Father, we just ask you to bless the families of those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice for us. Lord, as we go our separate ways today, we ask that you get us home safe, grant us travel mercies, and we thank you most of all, Lord, that you loved us enough to send down your Son to die on the cross for our sins. Father, it's in the mighty name of Jesus Christ that we pray. Amen. And now if you'll direct your attention to the center of the arena there. Old Glory's hanging tall and proud. And sometimes it's pretty easy to take for granted the life that we get to lead in this country and all the little freedoms that are easy for us to overlook. Folks all around the world are pretty envious of. And we get to live this life because of the brave men and women that came before us that were willing to put their lives on the line for you and for me, to leave their families behind and take up arms and serve under that flag. So we'd ask that as we get ready to listen to the playing of our national anthem, stand up tall and proud and hands over your hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, our Star-Spangled Banner. All right, folks, it is team roping time now. Let's burn us a couple of steers and get a good look at the start. And we'll get rolling here. We're going to burn two. Then number one, that's going to be Keely Zancanella and Cajun Tough. J.D. Yates and Break the Bank Frenchie, number two. Number three, Shake Edwards and Senoritas Holly Time, going to be the first three. All right, we're going to burn 2. Get a look at the start here. All right, broke it there by 0.2. Let's burn another one. Point 2 off the barrier there. All right, here we go. Number 1, it's going to be Cajun Tough, owned by R2M2Z Performance Horses. Read by Keely Zancanella, by Woody B. Tough, out of Cajun Grace, 2016 gelding here. Bred by Eddie and Barbara Young. Then it's going to be Break the Bank, Frenchie and J.D. Yates at number 2, and Senorita's Holly Time and Shank Edwards at number 3. With the leg, going to be 13.85. 13 and 85. All right, next going to be Break the Bank Frenchie, owned by Stacy Hampton, written by J.D. Yates, by Frenchman's Guy out of Easter Lena Award. Bred by Stacy Hampton. Clean going to be 814. 814. Hold on just a second, guys. Not getting one set of the scores here. $140.65 for Keely Zancanella and Cajun Tough. $140.65. $147.36 for J.D. Yates and Break the Bank Frenchie. Here's Senorita's Holly Time, owned and ridden by Shank Edwards, by Hickory Holly Time out of Shiny Senorita, bred by Garth and Amanda Gardner. Five here, going to be 11.85. 11.85. All right, Spinning My Duels, owned by Frank Stamples and ridden by Luke Atkinson. It's number 4 here. Dooley Cat out of Classy Little Boone, read by John Lucas. Then it'll be JT Shiny Cat and Justin Zerbino, number 5-6, going to be Just Right Time, and Logan Vanderham. 142.65, 142.65 for Senorita's Holly Time. Kling going to be 8 and 26, 8-26. All right, next out is going to be JT Shiny Cat, owned by Jesus Trujillo and ridden by Justin Zermino, number 5. By Bet He's a Cat, out of Shiny Darlin by Shiny Spark, 2019 mare here, bred by Juan Zermino. Then it'll be Just Right Time and Logan Vanderham. 145.74 for Spinning My Duels, 145.74. Kling going to be 12.33, 12.33. All right, Just Right Time, owned by Scott Vanderham, ridden by Logan Vanderham, number 6. By Hickory Holly Time out of Just Right Lily. 140 and 17, 140.17 for JT Shiny Cat. Clean Air 12.94. All right, number 7, Cashing in My Diamond, owned by Mark Beck, or in by Logan Anseth. By Time for the Diamond out of Aces in Hollywood, 2018 Royal Crown Stallion, bred by Mark Beck. 139.06, 139.06 for Just Right Time. So we watch Cashing in My Diamond go to work here. Kling going to be 12-14, 12 and 14. Next out, going to be number 8, 2018 Royal Crown Stallion Exaggerate, owned by Waiter Lane Billadoo, ridden by Britt Williams, by Metallic Cat out of Ray Talliate, bred by Linda Holmes. Then it'll be SBD Boone's French Girl and TJ Mercer, number 9. Clean 853. 145 and 36 was the total there for cashing in my diamond. Next, going to be SBD Boone's French Girl 2019 mare by Shriekin' Boondocks out of Little French Angel, owned by Reliance Ranches, ridden by TJ Mercer, bred by Joe or Carla Spitz. Then going to be number 10, that'll be SJR Diamond Starman and Chad Turner. 143.97 for Exaggerate. 143.97. Clean 782. Nice run. 7 and 82. All right, let's go to number 10. It's going to be SJR Diamond Starman, owned by Turner Performance Horses, ridden by Chad Turner, by CD Diamond out of Amanda Sterlina, bred by San Juan Ranch. Then it's Hiding the Cash and Sean Parrott. 11-12 going to be Mixa Spur and Logan Allen. 145.68 the score for SBD Boone's French Girl. Clean 10-23. 10-23. All right, number. All right, this is going to be number 11, Hiding the Cash, owned by Shot or Dusty Parrott, ridden by Sean Parrott. 2020 gelding by Raising the Cash out of Lizzie's Got a Sweetheart, bred by Julie Christensen and John McBurn. Going to be no time. No time. All right, let's go to number 12. It's going to be Mixa Spur, owned by Lucas Goring and ridden by Logan Allen. 2019 Stallion by Four Body Bay out of Highbrow Liz, bred by Bill Goring. Then it's going to be number 13. That'll be SB Johnny Ringo, Justin Zermino, and Pride and Joy, and Miles Baker, number 14. Going to be no time. No time. All right, let's go to number 13. It's SB Johnny Ringo, owned by Juan Zermino, ridden by Justin Zermino. 2019 gelding by Shiny Knot out of Little Sugar Accent, bred by Juan Zermino. Then it's going to be Pride and Joy and Miles Baker at 14-15. Hickory Chicory Doc and Cody Hilsendigger. $147.27 the score for SJR Diamond Starman. Cling, it'll be 957. 957. All right, next going to be number 14, Pride and Joy. Owned by Relentless Remuda, Solo Select, and Caleb Turlip, ridden by Miles Baker. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion here by Stevie Ray Vaughan, out of Fun and Fancy Free by Pepta Boonsmall, read by Ty Smith. That is going to be Hickory Dickory Dock and Cody Helzendigger. Tomcats Jewel and Dan Engler at number 16. Be ready. 140.93. 140.93 for SB Johnny Ringo. Cling 9.98. 9.98. All right, Hickory Dickory Dock going to be next out, number 15. Owned by Cody or Hillary Hilsendigger, written by Cody Hilsendigger. 2016 gelding by Hickory Holly Time, out of Chicoray by Dual Ray, read by Dominic Coincelli Estate. 148.02 the score for Pride and Joy. 148.02. Five here, going to be 13 and 60. 1360. All right, number 16, going to be Tomcats Jewel, owned by Dan Engler, ridden by Dan Engler. By Tomcat Checks, out of Holly's Lucky Jewel, read by Don Dow and Steve Christensen. 139.90. 139 and 90 the score for Hickory Chicory Dock. Cling, going to be 10.82. 10.82. All right. Candy Gate JJ, number 17, owned by Rise and Run Quarter Horses, written by Luke Atchison. By Dreamy JJ, out of Paradox Little Candy, read by Rising Sun Ranch. Then it's going to be Playmates Blue Blood and Shank Edwards 1819, CR Would He Be a Duel, and Howdy Jackson. 142.18. 142.18 for Tomcats Jewel. Five here, going to be 13.89. 13.89. All right, number 18, Playmates Blue Blood, owned by Chelsea Dickerson, written by Shank Edwards. By SDP Blue Blood, out of Sweet Playmate, read by Matt Cook. It'll be CR Would It Be a Duel and Howdy Jackson 1920, going to be Matrashy Romeo and JD Yates. 140 and 11. 140, 1-1. For Candy JJ. Five here, 1344. 1344. All right, CR Would He Be a Duel, owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Howdy Jackson. By Woody B. Tough out of Art Caddy Duel by Dual Pep. 2018 Stallion here, read by Center Ranch. Then we'll go to Trashy Romeo and JD Yates 2021. Going to be Cowboys cashing in and Brady Black. 142 and 06. 142.06 for Playmates Blue Blood. Clean here going to be 885. 8 and 85. All right, next down going to be Matrashy Romeo, owned by Stacy Hampton and written by J.D. Yates. 2016 Gilding by Gonna Trash Ya out of Xana Olina, read by Thomas Tucker. Then it's Cowboys cashing in and Brady Black. 21-22 going to be The Dark Side and Miles Baker. $145 and $65. $145.65 for CR Would It Be a Duel? With 5 here, 1483. 1483. All right, Cowboys cash it in. It's number 21, owned by SB Rope Horses, written by Brady Black. By Little Joe Cash out of Uptown Cowgirl by All American Shiner, read by Gina and Wyland Goodwin. Then it'll be The Dark Side of Miles Baker, 22-23, 7S Royalty and Chet Turner. 140 and 67. 140.67 for Matrashy Romeo. Gonna be no time. All right, now The Dark Side, number 22, owned by the Dark Side Syndicate and written by Miles Baker. By Once in a Blue Moon out of DT Sugar Checks Whiz by Shiner's Lena Checks. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion here, read by Dukes and Flowers Quarter Horses. Clean 751. 751. All right, 23, 7S Royalty, owned by Turner Performance Horses, written by Chan Turner. By One Time Royalty out of 7S Valentina, RT Stewart Ranch, The Breeder. Then it's going to be Moonlight Eclipsed and Brady Clark, 24-25, Smart Little Big Time and Britt Williams. 148, 49, 148 and 49 for The Dark Side. Clean 884, 8 and 84. All right, next down going to be Moonlight Eclipse, owned by Sarah Kiekeffer, and written by Brady Clark, number 24. By Figure Be Famous, out of Moonlight, Walk Harlan. By Harlan's Tough Wood. Bred by K4 Ranch. That is going to be Smart Little Big Time and Britt Williams, 25. 26, Fiesta Step by Step, and Noel Tyree. $147 and 66 for 7S Royalty. Going to be no time there. All right, now Smart Little Big Time, owned by Britter Kayla Williams, written by Britt Williams. 2018 mare by Hickory Holly Time, out of Smart Little Picky. Bred by Danny or Dwayne Shafter. Then it's going to be Fiesta Step by Step and Noel Tyree, 26-27, SJR Diamond Fiona and Howdy Jackson. Clean going to be 806, 806. All right, going to be 26, Fiesta Step by Step, owned by Sarah Kiekeffer and written by Noel Tyree. By Fast Step and Fiesta, out of GB Nessie. Bred by K4 Ranch. Then it's SJR Diamond Fiona and Howdy Jackson. First class vintage and Daniel Rice at 28. Be ready. 146 and 44 there for Smart Little Big Time. Clean going to be 11 and 60, 1160. All right, 27 now. SJR Diamond Fiona owned by ANC Racing and Roping. Written by Howdy Jackson. By CD Diamond out of Wiz and Spark. Bred by San Juan Ranch. Then it's first class vintage and Daniel Rice, 28-29. Spicy Little Guy and Neil Wenless. $138.90, $138.90 for Fiesta Step by Step. Clinton going to be 8-14, 8 and 14. All right, first class vintage, owned by Robertson Ranches, written by Daniel Rice. It's number 28. By One Fine Vintage, out of Tangy's Last Checks, bred by Robertson Ranches. Spicy Little Guy and Neil Wenlish, your next, and Cajunella Jess and Logan Vanderham. $148 and 86 for SJR Diamond Fiona. Clinging 763, 7 and 63. Guys, we need to tighten up out there, out by the flagger. Let's everybody get a little closer to the front end and closer to the panels right here, please. Spicy Little Guy, owned and shown by Neil Wenless, number 29, by a smooth guy out of Spicy Little Pepper. Bred by Frank or Jerry Lynn Kinsey. Then it'll be Cajunella Jess and Logan Vanderham, 30-31. Fine Spice Vintage and Jet Vanderham. 149.37 for first class vintage. Going to be no time. No time. All right, let's go to number 30. Going to be Cajunella Jess. Owned by Scott Vanderham, written by Logan Vanderham, by Jess Vegas, out of PC Cajunella, read by Clay Shock. Then it's going to be number 31, Fine Spice Vintage and Jet Vanderham, DT Hickory Blue Steel and Shank Edwards at 32. Clean 8-11. 8 and 11. All right, let's go to Fine Spice Vintage, owned by Scott Vanderham, written by Jet Vanderham. By One Fine Vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks, read by Robertson Ranches. That is DT Hickory Blue Steel at Shank Edwards, Hickory's Rio Meter, and Zane Thompson at 33. We're going to get Neil Wanless and Spicy Little Guy at the bottom. 146 and 39. 146.39 for Cajunella Jess. Get a leg there, going to be 1357. 1357. All right, next out, DT Hickory Blue Steel, owned by Chelsea Dickerson, written by Shank Edwards. It's number 32 on the sheet. Hickory Holly Time out of DT Sugar Checks Whiz, read by DT Horses. Then Hickory's Rio Meter and Zane Thompson at 33. 34 going to be Smooth Talking Cat and Ryan Fowler. 138 and 93. 138.93 for Fine Spiced Vintage. Clean 8 and 23. 8-23. All right, let's go to 33 now. Hickory's Rio Meter, owned by T Squared Performance Horses, written by Zane Thompson. By Metallic Cat Out of Hickory's Tornado Rio. Ridden by Dan Churchill. $145.77. $145.77 for DT Hickory Blue Steel. With a leg there, 13-16. 13-16. Let's go to Smooth Talking Cat. It's number 34. Owned and ridden by Ryan Fowler. By Smooth as a Cat out of Shiner's Little Oak by Shining Spark. Bred by the San Juan Ranch. Then it's Gunner's Night Train and Miles Baker 35-36. Miss Fancy Fire and Colton Hunter. With a leg, going to be $12.96. $12.96. The score for Hickory's Rio meter was 138.84. 138.84. Next, going to be Gutter's Night Train, owned by Relentless Remuda and ridden by Miles Baker. By Gutter's Special Night, out of Bell Star Dunnett, by Hollywood Dunnett. 2018 gelding here, bred by Turnabout Farm. Then Miss Fancy Fire and Colton Hunter 36-37, Full Metallic Moon and Dean Sherbo. 141.04 the score for Smooth Talking Cat. 141.04. Cling going to be 10-68. 10-68. Let's go to Miss Fancy Fire, owned by Chady Lynn Taylor, ridden by Colton Hunter, number 36. By PG Dry Fire out of Fancy Rumbo, bred by Chady Lynn Taylor. Then it's going to be Full Metallic Moon and Dean Sherbo, 37. 38. Oops, I'm Fine and Kevin Wilkinson. You're going to be third to row. Going to be no time there. Full Metallic Moon, owned by Dana Goodman, ridden by Dean Sherbo, 37. By Once in a Blue Moon out of Metallic Fever by Metallic Cat, 2017 mare here, bred by J.D. Henley. 147.82 the score for Gunner's Night Train, 147.82. Cling going to be 9-22, 9-22. All right, next out, Oops, I'm Fine, owned and ridden by Kevin Wilkinson by One Fine Vintage out of Little Loop. 143.78, the score for Full Metallic Moon. 143.78. All right, Kevin Wilkinson. Oops, I'm fine. Daniel Rice to the entry office, please. Daniel Rice to the entry office. Kling going to be 12-17. 12 and 17. All right, 39. JP one time to shine. Owned by Jack Bogart, ridden by Luke Atchison. By One Time Pepto out of CCR Sparkling Rose by Shining Spark. Read by Jack Bogart. Then it's going to be CR Louis V. Tough. And Chad Turner at 40 going to end the round. We'll drag it up. $138 and 33. 138-33, the score for Oops, I'm Fine. Clean here going to be 8-16. 8-16. All right, last one out. CR Louis V. Tough, owned by Turner Performance Horses, ridden by Chad Turner. By Woody V. Tough, out of Lucinda's Catalina, bred by Center Ranch. $144.84. $144.84. The score for JV One Time to Shine. Last to go here, CR Louis B. Tough and Chad Turner. Clean 8.56. 8 and 56. And we've got one to go here. Neil Wanless on Spicy Little Guy. $147.44. $147.44, the score for CR Louis V. Tough. Clean 12 and 13. $137.37 for Spicy Little Guy. That ends the first round. We'll drag it up and come back for round two. Well, here's your results out of round number 1. Third went to the dark side, and Miles Baker with a 149.45 won $800. Second, SJR Diamond Fiona. Howdy Jackson, 148.86 for $1,200, and the round winner, First Class Vintage, owned by Robertson Ranches and ridden by Daniel Rice, 149.37 for $2,000. All right, round number 2, we're going to start it at the top. Number 1, Cajun Tough, owned by R2M2Z Performance Horses, ridden by Keely Zancanella. A 140.65 out of the first round for the 2016 Gilding by Would It Be Tough, and out of Cajun Grace. And then Break the Bank, Frenchie and JD Yates. You'll be second out. Cinderita's Holly Time and Shank Edwards at number 3. Gonna be no time there. No time. All right, Break the Bank, Frenchie, owned by Stacy Hampton, ridden by J.D. Yates. By Frenchman's Guy out of Easterlina Award, ridden by Stacy Hampton. Had a 147.36 in the first round. Then number 3, Cinderita's Holly Time with Shank Edwards, and Spin It by Duels and Luke Atkinson at 4. With the barrier, 1851. All right, Cinderita's Holly Time, owned and shown by Shank Edwards. At a 142.65 in the first round for the 2016 mare by Hickory's Holly Time out of Shiny Cinderita by Shining Spark. Bred by Garth and Amanda Gardner. Then it's Spinning by Duels and Luke Atkinson at number 4. $134.49, 134 and 49 for Break the Bank Frenchie. Here's Senorita's Holly Time, Shank Edwards, number 3. Gonna be no time. No time. All right, Spinning My Duels, owned by Tel Fluelling and ridden by Luke Atchison. It's number 4. Buying Dooley Cat out of Classy Little Boone, bred by John Lucas. 145.74 in the first go. JT Shiny Cat and Justin Zervino to follow, then Just Right Time. And Logan Vanderham at number 6. Gonna be no time. Let's go to number 5, JT Shiny Cat, owned by Jesus Trujillo and ridden by Justin Zermino. By Bet He's a Cat out of Shiny Darlin by Shiny Spark. 2018 mare here, bred by Juan Zermino. Had a 140 and 17 in the first go. Then it'll be Just Right Time and Logan Vanderham 6-7, cashing in my diamond and Logan Anseth. Clean 1088. All right, Just Right Time, owned by Scott Vanderham and ridden by Logan Vanderham. By Hickory's Holly Time out of Just Right Lily. Read by Garther Amanda Gardner. Number 6 on the draw sheet, a 139.06 out of the first go. Then cashing in my diamond, Logan Anseth, and Exaggerated, Britt Williams at number 8. Be ready. Clean 9.06, 9 and 06. $145 and 12, the score for JT Shiny Cat. $285 and 29 on 2. $146 and 44, the score for Just Right Time. $285 and 50 on 2. All right, now to cashing in my diamond. Owned by Mark Beck, ridden by Logan Anseth. Number 7 here. My time for the diamond out of Aces in Hollywood and bred by Mark Beck. Had a 145.36 in the first go. Exaggerated. Britt Williams, you're next. Clean 825. 825. Now going to be Exaggerate and Britt Williams. Number 8. 2018 Royal Crown Stallion by Metallic Cat out of Retaliate. Owned by Waiter Lane Billadu and bred by Linda Holmes. Then SBD, Boone's French Girl, and TJ Mercer. $147.75. We're going to be good on 2 here. $293.11. Looking good for cashing in my diamond. Going to be no time. No time there. All right, SBD Boone's French Girl, owned by Reliance Ranches, shown by TJ Mercer. Streak of Boondocks, out of Little French Angel by PC Frenchman's Heyday, read by Joe or Carla Spitz. At a 145.68 in the first go. Then it's going to be SJR Diamond Starman and Chad Turner 10-11, hiding the cash, and Sean Parrott. Got a leg. They're going to be 13.53. 13 and 53. All right, we're going to go to SJR Diamond Starman, owned by Turner Performance Horses, ridden by Chad Turner. By CD Diamond out of Amanda Starlina, bred by the San Juan Ranch. Had a 147.27 in the first go. $140.47 for SBD Boone's French Girl. $286.15 on 2. $286.15. With a leg, going to be $14.97. $14.97. Next out, going to be Hiding the Cash, owned by Sean or Dusty Parrott and ridden by Sean Parrott. It's number 11 on the draw. Raising the Cash out of Little Lizzie's Got a Sweetheart, bred by Julie Christensen and John McBurn. Then Mix a Spur and Logan Allen, 12-13. SB Johnny Ringo and Justin Zerbino. 141.53 there. 288.80. Clean 931. 931. All right, Mix a Spur, owned by Lucas Gorig. Ridden by Logan Allen. By Four Body Bay, out of Highbrow Liz. Bred by Bill Goring. Had a no time in the first go. SB Johnny Ringo and Justin Zerbino to follow at 13 and 14. Pride and Joy and Miles Baker. 141.19 for Hiding the Cash. With a leg here, going to be 13.21. 13.21. All right, we'll go to SB Johnny Ringo, owned by Juan Zerbino, ridden by Justin Zerbino. 2019 Gelding by Shiny Knot at a Little Sugar Accent, bred by Juan Zerbino. Then Pride and Joy and Miles Baker, 14.15. Hickory Chicory Doc and Cody Hilsendecker. 141.29. 141.29 for Mix a Spur. All right, here we go. SB Johnny Ringo had a 140.93 in the first go-round here. Going to be no time and go number 2. No time. Let's go to Pride and Joy. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion here by Stevie Ray Vaughan. Out of Fun and Fancy Free by Pepta Boonsmall. Owned by Relentless Remuda, Soto Select, and Caleb Turlip. Ridden by Miles Baker. Had a 148.02 in the first go. Bred by Ty Smith here. It's number 14 on the draw. Hickory Chicory Doc to follow, and then Tomcat's Jewel and Dead Engler. Tough luck right here. No time and go number 2 for Pride and Joy. All right, number 15, it's Hickory Chicory Doc, owned by Cody or Hillary Hilsendigger, ridden by Cody Hilsendigger. By Hickory Holly Time out of Chicoray. By Dual Ray 2016 Gilding here, bred by Dominic Conacelli Estate. 139.90 in the first go. Tomcats, Jewel, and Dead Angler to follow, then Candy JJ and Luke Atchison at number 17. Clean going to be 9 and 52. 952. Let's go to Tomcats, Jewel. Owned and ridden by Dan Engler. By Tomcat Checks out of Holly's Lucky Jewel. Bred by Don Dow and Steve Christensen. Had a 142.18 in the first go, then Candy JJ and Luke Atchison to follow. $144.98 for Hickory Chicory Dock. 284.88 on 2. Going to be no time there. No time for Tomcats Jewel. Let's go to number 17. Rising Run Quarter Horses, Candy JJ, ridden by Luke Atchison. By Dreamy JJ out of Paradox Little Candy, bred by Rising Sun Ranch. That is Playmates Blue Blood and Shank Edwards. And CR Would He Be a Duel and Howdy Jackson. You'll be third out at number 19. Gonna be no time for Candy JJ. Let's go to Playmates Blue Blood, owned by Chelsea Dickerson. Ridden by Shank Edwards. This 2015 mare is by SDP Blue Blood out of Sweet Playmate. Bred by Matt Cook. Had a 142.06 in the first go-round. CR Would He Be a Duel and Howdy Jackson to follow at 19 and 20. Matrashy Romeo and JD Yates. Clean going to be 885. 885. Let's go to CR Would He Be a Duel, owned by A&C Racing and Roping, written by Howdy Jackson. By Would He Be Tough, out of Arc Caddy Duel by Dual Pep, bred by Sitter Ranch. Had a 145 and 65 in go round number 1. With Trashy Romeo and JD Yates to follow, then Cowboys cashing in and Brady Black at number 21. $147.65 for Playmates Blue Blood. $289.71 on 2. Nice job. Going to be 9 and 01. 901. Let's go to a Trashy Romeo, owned by Stacy Hampton, written by JD Yates. Number 20 here by Gutta Trash out of Xana Olena. Read by Thomas Tucker at 140 and 67 in the first go. Cowboys cash it in and Brady Black to follow, then the Dark Side and Miles Baker. 143.49 the score there. 289.14 on 2 is looking good. Clean here going to be 846, 846. All right, let's go to Cowboys Cash It In. Owned by SB Rope Horses and ridden by Brady Black. By Little Joe Cash and out of Uptown Cowgirl by All-American Shiner. Bred by Gina and Wyland Goodwin. Then it'll be the Dark Side of Miles Baker, 22, 23, 7S Royalty and Chad Turner. 146.04. 286.71 on 2 from a Trashy Romeo. Clean 7-14, 7-1-4. We'll get the score there for Cowboys cashing in. Let's go to the dark side. Owned by the Dark Side Syndicate and ridden by Miles Baker. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion by Once in a Blue Moon at a DT Sugar Checks Whiz from Ticks and Flowers Quarter Horses. That's 7S Royalty and Chad Turner to follow at 23. At 148.49 in the first go. 148.86 the score for Cowboys cashing in round 2. Clean here, 861 for the dark side. 7S Royalty. Turner Performance Horses ridden by Chad Turner. 2018 gelding by One Time Royalty out of 7S Valentina, bred by RT Stewart Ranch. Then we're going to go to 24. That'll be Moonlight Eclipsed and Brady Clark. Smart Little Big Time and Britt Williams at 25. You ready? 147.89. 296 and 38 for the dark side. Clean 8-53. 853. All right, it's going to be Moonlight Eclipse, owned by Sarah Kiekever. Written by Brady Clark, number 24 here. By Figure Me Famous and out of Moonlight, Walk Harlan. Read by K4 Ranch. Smart Little Big Time. And Britt Williams to follow at 25, 26 Fiesta, Step by Step, and Noel Tyree. 145.47. We're going to be tough on 2 here. 293.13 on a pair of them for 7S Royalty. Gonna be no time there. Let's go to Smart Little Big Time. Owned by Ritter Kayla Williams and ridden by Brett Williams. Number 25 in the draw. Had a 146.44 in the first round for the 2018 mare by Hickory Holly Time out of Smart Little Picky. Bred by Denny or Dwayne Shafter. Then Fiesta Step by Step and Oil Tyree 26-27. Howdy Jackson and SJR Diamond Fiona. Gonna be no time. No time? All right, Fiesta Step by Step, owned by Sarah Kiekefer. Written by Noel Tyree. By Fast Step and Fiesta out of GB Nessie. Bred by K4 Ranch. Had a 138.90 in the first go-round. Then SJR Diamond Fiona and Howdy Jackson at First Class Vintage and Daniel Rice at number 28. Clean 961. 961. All right, let's go to SJR Diamond Fiona, owned by A&C Racing and Roping, ridden by Howdy Jackson, number 27 in the draw. 2017 mare by CD Diamond out of Wiz and Spark, bred by San Juan Ranch. Had a 148.86 in that first go. Then first class vintage in Daniel Rice, 28.29, Spicy Little Guy in Neil Wendless. $141.39, the score for Fiesta Step by Step. 280.29 on 2. 788 for SJR Diamond Fiona. Here's first class vintage. Owned and bred by Robertson Ranches, ridden by Daniel Rice. By one fine vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks. Had a 149.37 in that first go. Your round one winner right here. 149.12. 297.98. We're putting up some big scores for SJR Diamond Fiona. Clean 903. 903. There for first class vintage. Next out, Spicy Little Guy. Ridden by Neil Wendless. Owned by Neil Wendless. By a smooth guy out of Spicy Little Pepper. Bred by Frank or Jerry Lynn Kinsey. Had a 137.37 in the first go. $148.97 for first class vintage. 298.34 on 2. $15 in piddlies, they're going to be $25.51. $25.51. All right, Cajunella Jess, owned by Scott Vanderham, ridden by Logan Vanderham. Number 30 here by Jess Vegas out of PC Cajunella. Then it's Fine Spice Vintage and Jet Vanderham, 31-32, DT Hickory Blue Steel and Shink Edwards. $124 flat for $261.37 for Spicy Little Guy. Gonna be no time. Number 31 now, Fine Spiced Vintage. Owned by Scott Vanderham, ridden by Jet Vanderham. By one fine vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks. Bred by Robertson Ranches, had a 138.93 in the first go. That is going to be DT Hickory Blue Steel and Shink Edwards, 32-33. Hickory's Rio Meter and Zane Thompson. Clean there, 704. 704. All right, DT Hickory Blue Steel, owned by Chelsea Dickerson, ridden by Shank Edwards. It's number 32. By Hickory Holly Time out of DT Sugar Checks Whiz, the 2018 mare here, and bred by DT Horses. 149.96, a big score there for Fine Spiced Vintage. 288.89 on 2. So DT Hickory Blue Steel, we're on 32 here. Then it's going to be 33. Hickory's Rio Meter and Zane Thompson. Clean 777. 777. Next down, Hickory's Rio Meter, owned by T-Squared Performance Horses, ridden by Zane Thompson. By Metallic Cat out of Hickory's Tornado Rio by Docs Hickory, read by Dan Churchill. $147.23 for $293 flat for DT Hickory Blue Steel. With the leg, they're going to be 14 and 70, 1470. Smooth Talking Cat Now, owned by Ryan Fowler, ridden by Ryan Fowler, number 34. By Smooth as a Cat out of Shiner's Little Oak, by Shining Spark, read by San Juan Ranch. That'll be Gutter's Night Train, 35, Miles Baker, and Miss Fancy Fire and Colton Hunter at 36. $139.30. 278.14 on 2 for Hickory's Rio Meter. With the barrier here, going to be 17.20. 17.20. Barrier and a leg, 22 and 20. 22.20. Let's go to Gutter's Night Train, owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker, number 35 here. By Gutter's Special Night, out of Bella Star Dunnett, by Hollywood Dunnett. 133 and 30 for Ryan Fowler. 274.34 the score on 2 for Smooth Talking Cat. After 35 here, we'll go to Miss Fancy Fire and Colton Hunter, 36, 37, Full Metallic Moon, and Dean Sherbo. Clean on the last one. Thank you. 17:20. The time, 138.30. The score, 279.34 on 2. Going to be no time there. No time. Let's go to Miss Fancy Fire. Owned and bred by Chady Lynn Taylor. Ridden by Colton Hunter. By PG Dry Fire out of Fancy Rumbo. Then going to be Full Metallic Moon and Dean Sherbo, 37, 38. Oops, I'm Fine, and Keith Wilkinson. Kevin Wilkinson, excuse me. Going to be no time. All right, 37 now. It's Full Metallic Moon, owned by Dana Goodman and ridden by Dean Sherbo. By Once in a Blue Moon out of Metallic Fever by Metallic Cat, 2017 mare here, bred by J.D. Hinley. Out of 143.78, then it's going to be Oops, I'm Fine, Kevin Wilkinson. And JB One Time to Shine, Luke Atchison. Be ready. Clean, 8 and 33. 833. Next, going to be Oops, I'm Fine. Owned and ridden by Kevin Wilkinson, number 38. Buy one fine vintage at a little oop. Bred by TLC Quarter Horses. Then JB One Time to Shine and Luke Atchison will end the round with CR Louis V. Tough and Chad Turner. $141.17. $284.95 on 2 for Full Metallic Moon. Gonna be no time. No time. All right, 39. It's JV One Time to Shine. Owned by Jack Bogart and written by Luke Atchison. By One Time Pepto out of CCR Sparkling Rose by Shining Spark. Bred by Jack Bogart. Then CR Louis V. Tough and Chad Turner. Gonna be no time. Last one around. Number 40. CR Louis V. Tough. Owned by Turner Performance Horses. Written by Chad Turner. By Woody V. Tough out of Lucinda's Catalina. Bred by Center Ranch. Had a 147.44 in the first go round. Gonna be no time. No time. All right, we're gonna drag it up and we'll be back with round number 3. Here's the results, folks, out of round number 2. To win third was a 148.97. 148.97. That was First Class Vintage and Daniel Rice, owned by Robertson Ranches, for $800. Second in the round, 149.12 SJR Diamond Fiona, owned by A&C Racing and Roping, ridden by Howdy Jackson, for $1,200. And the round win, 149.96. Owned by Scott Vetterham, ridden by Jet Vetterham, Fine Spiced Vintage, red by Robertson Ranches, for $2,000. All right, round number 3 coming at you right here, starting back at the top with Cajun Tough by Woody B. Tough out of Cajun Grace. 2016 gelding here, owned by R2M2Z Performance Horses and ridden by Keely Zancanella. Then we're going to go to Break the Bank Frenchie and JD Yates at number 2. Number 3 going to be Cinderita's Holly Time and Shank Edwards. Cling going to be 861. 861. All right, Break the Bank Frenchie, owned by Stacy Hampton, ridden by J.D. Yates, by Frenchman's Guy out of Easterlina Ward, and bred by Stacy Hampton. Then Cinderita's Holly Time with Shank Edwards, 3-4, Spinning by Duels, and Luke Atchison. $146.89. 287.54 on 2 for Cajun Tough. Plus 5, 15, 13. 15, 13. All right, City Rita's Holly Time. Owned and written by Shank Edwards. By Hickory Holly Time out of Shiny Senorita. By Shining Spark. Read by Garth Amanda Gardner. Then Spit by Duels and Luke Atchison 4-5. JT Shiny Cat and Justin Zermino. $138.87 the score there. 420 and 72 on 3. 420, 72. Clean 756. 7 and 5, 6. I've got Spit by Duels, owned by Tel Fluelling, written by Luke Atchison. Number 4 on the sheet here by Dooley Cat out of Classy Little Boone. Then JT Shiny Cat, Justin Zermino 5-6, Just Right Time, and Logan Vanderham. $146.94. 289.59 on 2 for Senorita's Holly Time. $14.18 with a leg there. 14 and 18. Going to be JT Shiny Cat, owned by Jesus Trujillo, written by Justin Zermino. Number 5 here by Bet He's a Cat out of Shiny Darlin' by Shining Spark. Owned by bred by Juan Zermino. Then Just Right Time and Logan Vanderham 6-7. Cashing in My Diamond and Logan Anseth. 139.32. 285.06 on 2 for Spinning My Duels. Gonna be no time. All right, number 6 now. Just Right Time, owned by Scott Vanderham, written by Logan Vanderham. By Hickory Holly Time, out of Just Right Lily, read by Garth or Amanda Gardner. Has 288 and 50 on 2 here for just right time. Cashing in my diamond, going to be next in Logan Anseth, then Exaggerate in Britt Williams, number 8. Going to be no time. Let's go to Cashing in my diamond. Owned by Mark Beck, read by Mark Beck. Logan Anseth, the rider here. Buying time for the diamond out of Aces in Hollywood, 2018 Royal Crown Stallion. Cashing in my diamond. Working on a 293.11. Cling here, 827. 8 and 27. Exaggerate, going to be next. Owned by Wade or Lane Billadu, written by Britt Williams. 2018 Royal Crown Stallion by Metallic Cat out of Retaliate. Read by Linda Holmes. That is SBD, Boone's French Girl, and TJ Mercer. $149.73. 442.84, the score on 3 for Cashing in my diamond. Clean 835. 8 and 35. Next out, SBD, Boone's French Girl. Owned by Reliance Ranches and written by TJ Mercer. By Streakin' Boone Docks out of Little French Angel. Read by Joe or Carta Spitz. 286.15 on 2 coming into the third round. Then SJR Diamond Starman and Chad Turner at number 10. 148.15. 148.15. 292.12 on 2 for Exaggerate. Going to be no time there. No time. All right, now to number 10. SJR Diamond Starman. By Turner Performance Horses, written by Chad Turner. By CD Diamond, out of Amanda Starlina. Read by San Juan Ranch. 288.80 on 2 here. Going into the third round. Hiding the Cash and Sean Parrott going to be next. And Mixa Spur and Logan Allen. Clinton going to be 790. 7 and 90. Hiding the Cash. Owned by Sean or Dusty Parrott. Written by Sean Parrott. By Raising the Cash. Out of Lizzie's Got a Sweetheart. Mixa Spur and Logan Allen to follow at 12 and 13. SB Johnny Ringo and Justin Zermino. 148 and 60. 437.40, the total for SJR Diamond Starman. Cling going to be 856. 8 and 56. Mixa Spur now, owned by Lucas Goring and ridden by Logan Allen. Number 12, by Four Body Bay out of Highbrow Liz. Read by Bill Goring. That is SB Johnny Ringo and Justin Zerbino. Pride and Joy and Miles Baker at 14. $142.94 for 284.13 for Hiding the Cash. Clean going to be 8 and 64. 864. Next out, SP Johnny Ringo. Owned by Juan Zermino, the breeder as well. Juan Zermino. Written by Justin Zermino. By Shiny Dot. Out a Little Sugar Accent. Then Pride and Joy of Miles Baker. 14-15. Hickory Chicory Dock and Cody Hilsendigger. $143.86 for Mixa Spur. Make the total $285.15 on 2. Five here, going to be 1262. 1262. Let's go to Pride and Joy. Owned by Relentless Remuda, Solo Select, and Caleb Turlip. Written by Miles Baker. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion by Stevie Ray Vaughan out of Fun and Fancy Free and bred by Ty Smith. Then Hickory Chicory Dock, Cody Hilsendigger, Tomcats Jewel, and Dan Engler. Number 16. $141.38 for a $282.31 for SB Johnny Ringo. 11 and 60 the time here. 11 and 60 with the leg. Let's go to Hickory Chicory Dock. Owned by Cody or Hillary Hilsendigger. Written by Cody Hilsendigger. By Hickory Holly Time out of Chicoray. 146 and 90. 146 and 90. 294.92 on 2. Clean 954. 954. Let's go to Tomcats Jewel. Owned and written by Dan Engler here. Number 16 by Tomcat Checks out of Holly's Lucky Jewel. Then Candy JJ and Luke Atchison and Playmates Blue Blood and Shank Edwards. $144.46. $429.34 on 3 for Hickory Chicory Dock. Gonna be no time. Let's go to Candy JJ. Owned by Rising Run Quarter Horses, written by Luke Atchison. Number 17 here by Dreamy JJ out of Paradox Little Candy, bred by Rising Sun Ranch. That is Playmates Blue Blood and Shank Edwards 1819 CR Would It Be a Duel and Howdy Jackson. Gonna be no time. All right, number 18, Playmates Blue Blood. Owned by Chelsea Dickerson, ridden by Shank Edwards. By SDP Blue Blood out of Sweet Playmate. Ridden by Matt Cook. 2015 mare here. 289.71 on 2. Coming into the third round. Then 19 gonna be Would He Be a Duel? Howdy Jackson. Matrashy Romeo and JD Yates at number 20. You're like there, 1385. 1385. All right, CR Would He Be a Duel, owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Howdy Jackson. By Would He Be Tough out of Art Caddy Duel. By Dual Pep, bred by Sitter Ranch. 2018 Stallion here. Then we'll go to Matrashy Romeo and JD Yates. 2021 Cowboys Cash It In and Brady Black. 142.65 for 432.36 for Playmates Blue Blood. Plus 5, going to be 1334. Matrashy Romeo now, owned by Stacy Hampton, ridden by JD Yates. Number 20 by Gonna Trash Out of Zanolina, bred by Thomas Tucker, working off a 286.71. Then we'll go to Cowboys Cashing In and Brady Black at the Dark Side and Miles Baker. 142.66 for 431.80. 431.80 for CR Would It Be a Duel. Clinton going to be 882. 882. Let's go to Cowboys Cash It In. Owned by SB Rope Horses, ridden by Brady Black, by Little Joe Cash out of Uptown Cowgirl, and bred by Gina and Wyland Goodwin. Then the Dark Side of Miles Baker, 22-23, 7S Royalty and Chad Turner. 146.18 there. 432.89 the total for Matrashy Romeo. Gonna be no time. Let's go to the Dark Side, owned by the Dark Side Syndicate and ridden by Miles Baker. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion here by Once in a Blue Moon out of DT Sugar Checks Whiz. The famous mare by Shiner's Lena Checks. From Dixon Flower Quarter Horses, the breeder, looking good right here, 296 and 38 on 2 for the Dark Side. And then the 7S Royalty and Chad Turner, 23. Moonlight Eclipsed and Brady Clark hit number 24. Clean going to be 1181, 1181. 7S Royalty now, owned by Turner Performance Horses and ridden by Chad Turner. By One-Time Royalty out of 7S Valentina, bred by RT Stewart Ranch. Then it'll be Moonlight Eclipse and Brady Clark and Smart Little Big Time and Britt Williams at 25. $145.69 for the Dark Side. 442.07. The total on 3. Going to be no time. No time. I'm going to take us to number 24, Moonlight Eclipsed, owned by Sarah Keekeffer and ridden by Brady Clark. By Figure Be Famous out of Moonlight, Walt Harlan. Then Smart Little Big Time and Britt Williams, 25. Fiesta Step by Step and Noel Tyree at 26. Going to be no time. Smart Little Big Time, owned by Britt or Kayla Williams, ridden by Britt Williams. Number 25 by Hickory Holly Time out of Smart Little Picky, bred by Danny or Dwayne Shafter. Then we'll go to Fiesta Step by Step and Noel Tyree and SJR Diamond Fiona and Howdy Jackson. Cling going to be 654. 654. Nice run. Let's go to Fiesta Step by Step, owned by Sarah Keekeffer, ridden by Noel Tyree. Number 26 by Fast Step and Fiesta out of GB Necki. Then SGR Diamond Fiona and Howdy Jackson, 27. 28, First Class Vintage and Daniel Rice. $149.96 the score for Smart Little Big Time. $297.40 on 2. All right, Fiesta Step by Step and Noel Tyree, number 26. Five here, 1859. 18 and 59. All right, going to be SJR Diamond Fiona, owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Howdy Jackson. By CD Diamond out of Wiz and Spark, bred by San Juan Ranch. First Class Vintage and Daniel Rice going to be next out. $130.41 for $410.70. Oh, no, and a good one goes out here. No time. First Class Vintage, number 28. Owned by Robertson Ranches, bred by the same, ridden by Daniel Rice. One fine vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks. Heads up. Steer coming back up the pin there. 298.34 on 2 right here for First Class Vintage. Then it's Spicy Little Guy and Neil Wendlis, 29.30. Cajunella Jess and Logan Vanderham. Clean 8 and 33. 833. Now to Spicy Little Guy and Neil Wendlis, number 29.30. Going to be Cajunella Jess and Logan Vanderham. Fine Spice Vintage and 30. Jet Vanderham at 31. Spicy Little Guy here, owned and ridden by Neil Wendlis. By a Smooth Guy out of Spicy Little Pepper. 148.17. We're staying tough for First Class Vintage. 446.51 to the short round. Cut 5 here, 14.34. Next out, it's Cajunella Jess. Owned by Scott Vanderham, ridden by Logan Vanderham, by Jess Vegas out of PC, Cajunella, and bred by Clay Shaw. Then we'll go to Fine Spice Vintage and Jet Vanderham, 31-32, DT Hickory Blue Steel, and Shank Edwards. $135.16. 396.53 on 3. Gonna be no time. All right, Fine Spice Vintage. Owned by Scott Vanderham, ridden by Jet Vanderham. By One Fine Vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks. Bred by Robertson Ranches. Working off a 288.89. That is going to be DT Hickory Blue Steel and Shank Edwards 32-33 Hickory's Rio Meter and Zane Thompson. Gonna be no time. No time. All right, DT Hickory Blue Steel, owned by Chelsea Dickerson and ridden by Shank Edwards, number 32 here by Hickory Holly Time out of the DT Sugar Checks Whiz. Bred by DT Horses. A 293 flat coming into the third round. Hickory's Rio Meter and Zane Thompson to follow, then Smooth Talking Cat and Ryan Fowler. Gonna be no time. No time. 33 here, Hickory's Rio Meter. Owned by T-Squared Performance Horses, ridden by Zane Thompson. By Metallic Cat out of Hickory's Tornado Rio. Bred by Dan Churchill. 278.14 on a pair. Then it's Smooth Talking Cat and Ryan Fowler. And Gutters Night Train and Miles Baker. $15 in Piddly's, $22.57. Smooth Talking Cat. Owned and ridden by Ryan Fowler. By Smooth as a Cat. And out of Shiner's Little Oak by Shining Spark from the San Juan Ranch here. 279.34 into the third round. Gutters Night Train and Miles Baker to follow. Then Miss Fancy Fire and Colton Hunter. $130 and 43. 408.57 for Hickory's Rio Meter. Gonna be no time. Gutters Night Train now, owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker. By Gutters Special Night out of Bell Star Dunnett, bred by Turnabout Farm. Then Miss Fancy Fire, Colton Hunter, Full Metallic Moon, and Dean Sherbo at 37. We've got 6 to go here. 6 to go. Clean 683. 683. Good run. Next out, going to be 36, Miss Fancy Fire. Oh, by Chady Lynn Taylor, ridden by ridden by Colton Hunter. By PG Dry Fire out of Fancy Rumbo. Then Full Metallic Moon and Dean Sherbo, 37-38. Oops, I'm Fine and Kevin Wilkinson. What a score here, 152-17 for Gutters Night Train. 299.99 on 2. Clean 889, 8 and 89. Full Metallic Moon now, number 37. Owned by Dana Goodman, ridden by Dean Sherbo. By Once in a Blue Moon out of Metallic Fever by Metallic Cat, bred by J.D. Hindley. 284.95 on 2. Oops, I'm Fine and Kevin Wilkinson next, and then JV One Time to Shine and Luke Atchison. 138.11 for Miss Fancy Fire. Clean going to be 804. 804. I'll get the score for you there. We're going to go to Oops, I'm Fine, owned and ridden by Kevin Wilkinson. By one fine vintage at a little oop. Ridden by TLC Quarter Horses. Then it's JB One Time to Shine, and then CR Louis V Tough. Three more to row. $142.96. $427.91. $427.91 for Full Metallic Moon. Plus 5, $14.24. JB One Time to Shine, owned by Jack Bogart and ridden by Luke Atchison. By One Time Pepto out of CCR Sparkling Rose, bred by Jack Bogart. And then CR Louis V Tough and Chad Turner to wind it up. $137.26 for a $275.59 on 2 for Oops, I'm Fine. Clean 7.24. 7.24. Last rope going to be CR Louis V Tough, owned by Turner Performance Horses and ridden by Chad Turner. By Woody V Tough out of Lucinda's Catalina by Highbrow Cat, bred by Center Ranch. $147.76 for $292.60. $292.60. It'll be no time. That is going to end round number 3. We're going to drag it up, and we'll be right back with the short round. Tractor driver, we're ready for you. We need to drag it up here. Well, folks, here's your results out of round number 3. A 149.73 going to win third for Logan Anseth on Cashing in My Diamond, owned and bred by Mark Beck. My time for the Diamond out of Aces in Hollywood, a 2018 Royal Crown Stallion. Going to win $800 there. Second in the round, a 149.96. Smart Little Big Time, owned by Britter Kayla Williams and ridden by Brett Williams. By Hickory Holly Time out of Smart Little Picky, bred by Denny or Dwayne Shafter. Win $1,200. And the win, a big score for Relentless Remuda, 152.17. Gutters Night Train, ridden by Miles Baker. By Gutter Special Night out of Bell Star Dunnett from Turnabout Farm. $2,000 for the round win. We have 13 back to the short round. 13 coming back to the short go after the drag. We're going to have a 45-minute break here. 45-minute break before we start the 4 and under heading. So look to start about 1:45. 12:45, excuse me. 12:45. The estimated start time for the 4 and under heading. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 13 come back to the short round here in the intermediate healing. We're going to pay 5 monies. Here's how the money's going to break out here. Fifth going to be $2,100. Excuse me, $2,900. $2,100 to the rider. $480 to the stallion. $320 to the breeder. Fourth going to be $4,350. That's $3,150 to the rider. $720 to the stallion. $480 to the breeder. Third, $5,800. $4,200 to the rider, $960 to the stallion, $640 to the breeder. Second, going to win $7,250. That's $5,250 to the rider. $1,200 to the stallion, $800 to the breeder. And first, $8,700. That's $6,300 to the rider. $1,440 to the stallion, $960 to the breeder. All right, here's the order for the top 13. 13th callback, Spicy Little Guy and Neil Wenless with a 396.53. 12th going to be Hickory's Rio Meter and Zane Thompson, 408.57. 11th, Fiesta Step by Step, Noel Tyree with a 410.70. 10th going to be Break the Bank Frenchie and JD Yates with a 420.72. 9th going to be Full Metallic Moon and Dean Sherbo for a 427.91. 8th going to be Hickory Chicory Doc and Cody Hilsendigger with a 429.34. 7th, CR Woody Via Duel and Howdy Jackson with a 431.86. Going to be Playmates Blue Blood and Shank Edwards with a 432.36. 5th going to be Matrashy Romeo and JD Yates with a 432.89. 4th going to be SJR Diamond Starman and Chad Turner, 437.40. 3rd, going to be The Dark Side and Miles Baker with a 442.07. 2nd is Cashing In My Diamond and Logan Anseth with a 442.84. And number 1, a First Class Vintage and Daniel Rice with a 446.51. All right, that's the order. Here we go. We're going to start it off with 13th callback, Spicy Little Guy. Owned and ridden by Neil Wenless, by a smooth guy out of Spicy Little Pepper. Bred by Frank or Jerry Lynn Kinsey. Coming in with a 396.53. And going to be no time there. All right, let's go to Hickory's Rio Meter. Owned by T-Squared Performance Horses and ridden by Zane Thompson. Coming in with a 408.57. This 2016 mare is by Metallic Cat and out of Hickory's Tornado Rio by Docs Hickory. Bred by Dan Churchill. And going to be no time. That's going to take us down to the 11th high team. Fiesta Step by Step, owned by Sarah Kiekefer, ridden by Noel Tyree. 2019 mare by Fast Step and Fiesta out of GB Nessie. Bred by K4 Ranch, coming in with a 410.70. And we're going to be clean here, 876. We'll get the score for you there for Fiesta Step by Step. Next out, we'll go into the top 10. Break the Bank, Frenchie and J.D. Yates. $145.74, $556 and $44 for Fiesta Step by Step. Here's Break the Bank, Frenchie by Frenchman's Guy out of Easterlina Award. We're going to get a leg here, 12:06. 12:06. We'll get the score for you there. We'll go to the ninth callback, Full Metallic Moon, owned by Dana Goodman and ridden by Dean Sherbo. This 2017 mare right here by Once in a Blue Moon out of Metallic Fever by Metallic Cat, bred by J.D. Henley. Coming in with a 427.91. $143 and $44 for 564.16 for Break the Bank, Frenchie, and that's in the lead now with 9 more to go. Yeah, we're going to be clean here. 8 and 58. 858 for Dean Sherbo. The eighth callback going to be Hickory Chicory Dock, owned by Cody or Hillary Hilsendigger, written by Cody Hilsendigger. It's 2016 Gildens by Hickory Holly Tybe out of Chicory by Dual Ray. Coming in with a 429.34. $145.92, the score for Full Metallic Moon. 573.83 takes the lead. And smooth run there, 8 and 50. 8 and 50 for Hickory Chicory Dock. Get the score tallied up for you. We'll get ready for the seventh callback. CR Would He Be a Duel, owned by A&C Racing and Roping and ridden by Howdy Jackson. 2018 Stallion by Would He Be Tough out of Arcady Duel and bred by the Center Ranch. 145 and 50 the score for Hickory Chicory Dock. 574.84 going to go to number 1. And we're going to be clean here, 7 and 48. Making a good run there for Howdy Jackson and CR Would He Be a Duel. $148.02. 579.82. It's CR Would He Be a Duel in the lead with 6 to go. It's going to be Playmates Blue Blood, owned by Chelsea Dickerson and ridden by Shank Edwards, a 432.36 into the short round. 2015 mare right here by SDP Blue Blood out of Sweet Playmate, bred by Matt Cook. Then Batrashy Romeo and J.D. Yates to follow him. Heck of a run, 681. Dropping the hammer in the short round here on Playmates Blue Blood. $150 and 19, a big score there 582.55. Playmates, Blue Blood, and Shank Edwards move to the lead as we go to the top 5. The money runs now. We're paying 5. It's Matrashy Romeo, owned by Sammy and Renee Habib. Ridden by J.D. Yates. Buying Gonna Trash You out of Zena Olina and bred by Thomas Tucker. So as we head to the top 5 here, a 582.55 is in the number 1 spot, then a 579.82, 574.84. That's the top 3 scores. So we head into the top 5. Here's Matrashy Romeo and J.D. Yates with a 432.89. Well, we kick up and make it count. We're going to be 1280. 12 and 80 there for J.D. Yates and Matrashy Romeo. Next to rope's going to be SGR Diamond Starman, owned by Turner Performance Horses and ridden by Chad Turner. CD Diamond out of Amanda Starlina, bred by San Juan Ranch. 437.40 into the short go. Here they come. And we're clean, going to be 8 flat, 800. The score for Matrashy Romeo, 141.70. 141.70 for 574.59. And we're going to get it added up right here for SJR Diamond Starman. 149 flat, the score there. 586 and 40. 586.40 takes the lead for SJR Diamonds Starman. Now to the top 3 we go. It's the Dark Side, owned by the Dark Side Syndicate, ridden by Miles Baker. 2019 Royal Crown Stallion here by One Set of Blue Boon out of DT Sugar Checks Whiz from Dixon Flowers Quarter Horses, the breeder. 442.07 into the short round. 586 and 40 leads it as we go to the top 3. Hello, Dark Side. We're going to be 8 and 65. 865 at a nice run in the short round there. We're going to get it added up for you. Cashing in my diamond next to go with the second callback. 442.84 for the horse bred by and owned by Mark Beck. 2018 Royal Crown Stallion. By time for the diamond out of Aces in Hollywood. Ridden by Logan Anseth. 149.35 the score for the Dark Side. 591.42 is in the number 1 spot as we head to the top 2. Yes, sir. 7 and 35. For Logan Anseth, the board cashing in my diamond, another one of our 2018 Royal Crown Stallions. We'll add up the score for you right here. The score to beat's a 591.42 here for the top two. 150 and 65. 593.49, cashing in my diamond, all alone atop the leaderboard as we go to the number one callback. Owned and bred by Robertson Ranches and shown by Daniel Rice, it's First Class Vintage. 2018 gelding by One Fine Vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks. 446.51 came in with a good lead to the short round. The total to beat 593.49. Oh, man, rope to leg here. Going to be 14 and 19. 14 and 19. We'll get the score for you here for First Class Vintage. $143.31. 589.82. We will get the results for you right here for the intermediate healing. Folks, we're going to take a 45-minute break. We'll start the 4 and under heading at 12:45. At 12:45, we'll start the 4 and under heading. All right, here's your results for the top 5 in the average. Winning 5th, Playmates Blue Blood, owned by Chelsea Dickerson, ridden by Shank Edwards. 582.55, going to win $2,100 for the owner, $480 for the stallion, and $320 for the breeder. In 4th, it is Turner Performance Horses, SJR Diamond Starman, ridden by Chad Turner. $586.40, going to win $3,150 for the owner, $720 for the stallion, $480 for the rider. 3rd, a $589.82. That's First Class Vintage, owned and bred by Robertson Ranches, ridden by Daniel Rice, by One Fine Vintage. $4,200 for the owner, $960 for the stallion, $640 for the breeder. 591.42 is second. That's the Dark Side, owned by the Dark Side Syndicate, ridden by Miles Baker. By Once in a Blue Boone out of DT, Sugar Checks Whiz, and bred by the Dark Side Syndicate. $5,250 for the owner, $1,200 for the stallion, $800 for the breeder, and the champion, 2018 Royal Crown Stallion. By time for the diamond out of Aces in Hollywood, cashing in my diamond. Owned and bred by Mark Beck, written by Logan Nanseth. A $593.49 wins it. $6,300 for the owner, $1,440 for the stallion, and $960 to the breeder. Your high score that didn't place was CR Would It Be a Duel, ridden by Howdy Jackson, owned by A&C Racing and Roping by Would It Be Tough, bred by Sitter Ranch. 148.02, the high score in the short round, not placing, going to win $1,000. All right, we're going to start the 4 and under at $12.45. Here's the limited side pot for the intermediate healer. In fourth, Keely Zancanella on Cajun Tough, $287.54, going to win $480. Third, Zane Thompson on Hickory's Rio Meter, $408.57, wins $1,010. Second, Noel Tyree on Fiesta Step by Step, going to win $1,540 for a $556.44. And the winner, Hickory Chicory Dock and Cody Hilsendigger, $574.84, going to win $2,070. And in the 4-year-old incentive, second went to Oops, I'm Fine, owned and written by Kevin Wilkinson, with a $275.59 for $1,000. And first, Holding the Cash, written by Sean Parrott, for a $284.13 for $1,500. All right, guys, if you'll clear the arena, we're going to bring the tractor in, and we are going to get it drug up, and we'll get ready to start the 4 and under heading. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the 4 and under heading here at the Royal Crown. We've got 18 entries in this class. We'll burn a couple of steers and we will get started at the top. Number 1, going to be Justin Zermino on Peace River Cat. The number 2, Fortune's Bay and Brock Hansen. 3, Relentless Otter and Miles Baker. Going to be the first 3 to go. We'll burn 2 here. Clean start here, 0.15 off the barrier, 0.15 off the barrier. All right, we're going to burn another one. Then we're going to start with Peace River Cat and Justin Zerbino, number 1. Off the barrier here, 0.252 off the line. All right, here we go. Number 1, Peace River Cat, owned by Juan Zerbino, ridden. Burn one more. We're going to burn one more. We're going to run one more burn steer, right, Zank? One more burn steer. Broken by 0.1. All right, let's burn another one. We shortened it up a little bit right there. You want to burn another one? Shortened her up about yay much. Hey guys, let's bunch up. We need to clear the corner up there of the arena, please. Barely, 0.007, just barely. All right, here we go. Number 1. Peace River Cat, owned by Juan Zermino, ridden by Justin Zermino, by Vamacat, out of Peace River Princess. 2020 mare here, bred by Perry Johns. Clean going to be 1061. 1061. All right, next to go, Fortune's Bay, owned by Levi Simpson, written by Brock Hansen. By Frenchman's Fortune out of Black Eyed Pine by Super Bullseye Pine, read by Joe Goetz. Then it'll be Relentless Otter and Miles Baker, and Roland Version and Caden Richard. $139.89 for Peace River Cat. Clean here, 777, the 777s. All right, next going to be number 3, Relentless Otter, owned by Relentless Remuda, written by Miles Baker. By One Time Honor, out of All Time Smooth Cat 2020 mare here, bred by Flag Ranch. Then it'll be Roland Version and Caden Richard. Winners Midnight and Rin Richard at number 5. $148.73. $148.73, the score for Fortune's Bay. Going to be 947. 947. Next, going to be Roland Version, owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Caden Richard. By Winners Version out of Roland by Brickstone Bay, 2022 mare, bred by ANC Racing and Roping. 2020 mare. 149.53, the score there for Relentless Honor, 149.53. Clean here going to be 875. 875. Next out, it is Winners Midnight, owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Ren Richard. By winner's version, out of Brooks Midnight Eagle, ridden by Chad Richard. Number 5. 6 will be Checks Out My Finey and Andy Holcomb. And now let's talk money and Dakota Kirchschlager at 7. 147.75. 147.75 for Roland version. Clean going to be 8 and 33. 833. Next, going to be Checks Out My Finey, owned by Caleb Jiggers, ridden by Andy Holcomb. By One Fine Vintage, out of Tangy's Last Checks, bred by Robertson Ranches. $151.17 for Winners Midnight. 151.17. Now to Checks Out My Finey and Andy Holcomb. Clean 8 and 13. 813. Next going to be Now Let's Talk Money, a 2022 Stallion by Metallic Cat out of Money Talk Smart, owned by Michael or Kim St. Clair, written by Dakota Kirchschlager. Read by Rockin' P. Ranch. That'll be I'm a Royal in Traffic and Bobby Moat, and Goodbye Dash and Fame and Jason Thorntonson at number 9. 149.37. 149.37 for Checks Out My Finey. Clean here going to be 10.09. 10 and 09. All right, now I'm a Royal in Traffic, owned by Reliance Ranches, written by Bobby Moat. By Traffic Guy out of Jim's Royal Tilly, read by Troy and Jamie Ashford. That is going to be Goodbye Dash and Fame and Jason Thorntonson, and Careful What You Call Me and Les Oswald. $147.91. $147.91. Clean 1063. 10 and 63. Next, going to be Goodbye Dash and Fame, owned by Vicky Carter, written by Jason Thornton. By the Goodbye Lane, out of Cops Coke Attracted, written by Tony or Sonny Beckstead. Then, Careful What You Call Me and Les Oswald, 10-11, going to be HR Call Me Star and Andy Holcomb. 139.87. 139.87 for I'm a Royal in Traffic. With a leg, 20 and 52. 20 and 52 with a leg. All right, we're going to Careful What You Call Me, owned by Sarah Westfall, written by Les Oswald. 2022 Gilding by Call Me Mitch, out of Travellano Missy, written by Philip and Teresa Rawls. And then going to be HR Call Me Star and Eddie Holcomb. Kenneth Brookstone and Caden Richard. 128.48, the score there for Goodbye Dash and Fame. Clean here going to be 10.92. 10 and 9-2. Next out is number 11, HR Call Me Star, owned by Hearst Ranch and written by Andy Holcomb. 2022 Mare by Call Me Mitch, out of Deka C. Starlight, read by Hearst Ranch. And that is Kenneth Brookstone and Caden Richard. 12-13 going to be Late Night Mistress and Miles Baker. 146.08. 146.08 the score for Careful What You Call Me. Clean going to be 11.91. 11.91. Next out, it's Kenneth Brookstone. 2022 Stallion by Brookstone Bay, out of Skinny Kenny, owned by A&C Racing and Roping, ridden by Caden Richard, bred by the same A&C Racing and Roping. Late Night Mistress and Miles Baker to follow at 13. 147.09. 147.09 for HR Call Me Star. Clean going to be 982. 982. All right, next going to be Late Night Mistress, owned by Relentless Remuda and Solo Select, written by Miles Baker. 2022 Mare by Late Night Stopper, out of Spooks Melody, written by Mark and Kathy Gordon. Then 14 going to be Itchy's Red Gypsy, Bobby Moat, Uno's Runaway, and Ren Richard at 15. 148.18. 148.18 for Kenneth Brookstone. Clean, going to be 964. 964. All right, it's going to be Itchy's Red Gypsy. Owned by Bobby and Kate Moat, written by Bobby Moat. 2020 gelding by Cat Itchy out of Red Light Girl. Bred by Tans Bryant. And then it'll be Uno's Runaway and Rin Richard 1516. Light Cash in Town and Kyle Wilson. 149.36. 149.36 for Late Night Mistress. Clean going to be 1201. 1201. All right, next going to be Uno's Runaway. 2020 stallion by Trav's Little Shug out of Runaway Foose. Owned and bred by A&C Racing and Roping, ridden by Rin Richard. Then Light Cash in Town, Kyle Wilson 1617. Relentless Pick and Miles Baker. 144.99. 144.99 for Itchy's Red Gypsy. We're going to do that one again at the end. Uno's Runaway going to run at the end. All right, it's going to be Light Cash in Town. Owned by Von Workin Ranching, ridden by Kyle Wilson. By 2020 Royal Crown Stallion here by Wimpy's Royal King out of Small Towns Gold. Bred by Gerald or Maureen Arnold. Then Relentless Pick and Miles Baker 1718, SJR Diamond Fever and Andy Holcomb. Clean going to be 745. 7:45. Next down, Relentless Pick, owned by Relentless Remuda. Ridden by Miles Baker. 2020 mare by First Prize Diver out of Charge Gun by Playgun. Bred by Flag Ranch. Then SJR Diamond Fever and Andy Holcomb. 150 and 55. 150, 55 for Light Cash in Town. Clean here going to be 7 and 12. 7 and 12. SJR Diamond Fever, owned by Fallon Avery, written by Andy Holcomb. A 2020 gelding by CD Diamond out of Barely Enough Taz. bred by San Juan Ranch. And then Uno's Runaway and Ren Richard, they'll end the round. $152.88 the score for Relentless Pick. Going to be no time. Last to go, going to be Uno's Runaway and Ren Richard. Clean 952. Yeah, we just need to rotate the judges here. We're not going to drag. We'll just rotate. 147.48. 147 and 48 for Uno's Runaway. All right. We'll get rotated here. We'll get ready. We'll go right into round two. All right, paying 3 in round number 1. Third in the round, 2020 Royal Crown Stallion by Wimpy's Royal King out of Small Towns Gold. Light Cash in Town, owned by Vaughn Workin. Written by Kyle Wilson, $800 for a 150.55. Second, a 151.17. Winners Midnight, owned by ANC Racing and Roping and Ren Richard, the rider. $1,200. And number 1 in the round, first prize diver out of Char's Gun, Relentless Pick. Owned by Relentless Remuda, written by Miles Baker. 152.88 for $2,000. We're going to go into round 2 now in just a moment. All right, round number 2. We're going to start with Peace River Cat. Owned by Bama Cat out of Peace River Princess, 2020 mare here. Owned by Juan Zedermino, written by Justin Zedermino, bred by Perry Johns. 139.89 in the first round. They're going to be Fortunes Bay and Brock Hansen, 2-3, Relentless Honor and Miles Baker. Clean going to be 906. 906. All right, next, Fortune's Bay. Owned by Levi Simpson, written by Brock Hansen. By Fisherman's Fortune out of Black Eyed Pine. Had a 148.73 in the first round. Then Relentless Honor, Miles Baker, Roller Version, and Caden Richard. Gonna be no time. No time. Relentless Honor. Owned by Relentless Remuda, number 3. Run by Miles Baker. 2020 mare by One Time Honor out of All Time Smooth Cat, bred by Flag Ranch. Had a 149.53 in that first go. Then gonna be Rolling Version, Caden Richard, and Winner's Midnight, and Rin Richard. Gonna be no time. No time. All right, we're gonna roll in Version. Owned by and bred by ANC Racing and Roping. Written by Caden Richard. By Winner's Version out of Rollin. At 147.75 in the first go. The score for Peace River Cat, 141.94. $281.83 the total there for Peace River Cat. Miles Baker and Relentless Honor. Judges say you're getting another one at the end. Clean going to be 973. 973. We'll go to Winners Midnight next. Owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Ren Richard. By Winners Version out of Brooks Midnight Eagle and bred by Chad Richard. Working off a 151.17 out of the first go. Then checks out by Finey and Eddie Holcomb. Now let's talk money, and Dakota Kirchenschlager at 7. Clean here, going to be 10-19. 10 and 19. All right, checks out by Finey, owned by Caleb Driggers. Ridden by Andy Holcomb. By One Fine Vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks. Ridden by Robertson Ranches. Clean, going to be 789. 789. For draw 4, Roland Version, a 145.77. $293.52 on 2. 145.81 for Winners Midnight, draw 5. For $296 and $98. $149.11 for draw 6, checks out by Finey. $298.48. Now let's talk money. Number 7. 2020 Stallion by Metallic Cat out of Money Talks Smart, owned by Michael or Kim St. Clair, written by Dakota Kirchenschlager, written by Rocket P Ranch, had a 147.91 on the first one. Clean 868. Next out, I'm Royal in Traffic, owned by Reliance Ranches, ridden by Bobby Moat. Straw 8 by Traffic Guy out of Jim's Royal Tilly, read by Troy and Jamie Ashford. $147.82 for Now Let's Talk Money. $295.73 for the total. Clean going to be 898. 898. And next is Goodbye Dash and Fame, owned by Vicky Carter, written by Jason Thornton. By the Goodbye Lane out of Coops Coke Attracted, read by Tony or Sonny Beckstead. And then it'll be Careful What You Call Me and Les Oswald, and HR Call Me Star and Andy Holcomb. 146.52. 286 and 39, the total on 2 for I'm Royal in Traffic. Clean there, going to be 868. 868. Careful What You Call Me, going to be next, number 10, owned by Sarah Westfall and written by Les Oswald. Out of Call Me Mitch, or by Call Me Mitch, out of Travelano Missy. Philip and Teresa Rawls, the breeder. 146.08 in the first round, then HR Call Me Star and Andy Holcomb. Score for Goodbye Dash and Fame, 146.32 in round 2. 274.80 on 2. Clean here, going to be 985. 985. Next to go, HR Call Me Star, owned by Hearst Ranch and written by Andy Holcomb. 2020 Mare by Call Me Mitch out of Deca C Starlight, read by Hearst Ranch. Then it'll be Kitty's Brookstone, Caden Richard, and Late Night Mistress and Miles Baker. Score for Careful What You Call Me, 148.65 for 294 and 73, 294.73. Clean here, 874. 874. Kitty's Brookstone, owned and bred by A&C Racing and Roping. 2020 Stallion by Brookstone Bay out of Skinny Kitty, written by Caden Richard. Coming in with a 148.18, and then Late Night Mistress and Miles Baker at number 13. 150.76, 150 and 76 for HR Call Me Star. To make the total 297.85 on 2. Clean there, going to be 8 and 23. 8:23. Next, we'll go to Late Night Mistress. Owned by Relentless Rambuta and Solo Select. Written by Miles Baker. Late Night Stomper out of Spook's Melody. Read by Mark and Kathy Gordon. Then going to be Itchy's Red Gypsy and Bobby Mode. Uno's Runaway and Ren Richard. $148 and $77 for Kenny's Brookstone. It'll be $296 and $95 on 2. All right, now it's Late Night Mistress. $149.36 out of the first round. Cling here, going to be 8 and 61. 861 for Late Night Mistress. Next out, it's Itchy's Red Gypsy, owned by Bobby and Kate Mote, written by Bobby Mote. 2020 gelding by Cat Itchy out of Red Like Girl. Read by Terrence Bryant. Then in Uno's Runaway, and Ren Richard at 15, 16. Going to be Like Cash in Town and Kyle Wilson. $149.39 for $298.75 on 2 for Late Night Mistress. Clean here, going to be 9 and 36, 936. Next, we'll go to Uno's Runaway, owned and bred by A&C Racing and Roping. 2020 Stallion by Trav's Little Shug, out of Runaway Foose, read by Ren Richard. 147.48 in that first go-round. Then Like Cash in Town and Kyle Wilson and Relentless Pick and Miles Baker. We're on draw 15 here, Uno's Runaway. The score for Itchy's Red Gypsy, 144.64. It'll be 289 and 63 for the total on 2. Clean there, 952, 952. Next, we're going to Like Cash in Town. This is a 2020 Royal Crown Stallion by Wimpy's Royal King out of Small Town's Gold by Small Town Baker. Comes to us from Vaughn Workin Ranching Limited, ridden by Kyle Wilson. The breeder Gerald or Maureen Arnold, 150 and 55 out of the first round. Then Relentless Pick and Miles Baker. $148.48 the score in round 2 for Uno's Runaway. Going to be $295 and 96 for the total on 2. $295.96. We're going to be plus 5 there, 12.76. 12 and 76. All right, your round one winner going to be next out here in round two. Relentless Pick. 2020 mare by First Prize Diver out of Char's Gun. Relentless Remuda. The owner, ridden by Miles Baker, bred by Flag Ranch. Had a 152.88 in that first go. Then it's SJR Diamond Fever, Andy Holcomb. And we're going to end the round with Relentless Honor and Miles Baker. So 3 more to row. 146 and 24, the score for Light Cash in Town. Going to be 296 and 79. 296.79 on 2. Clean 9 and 56. 956. For a Relentless Pick, SJR Diamond Fever. 2020 gelding by CD Diamond out of Barely Enough Taz. San Juan Ranch, the breeder, owned by Fallon Avery and ridden by Andy Holcomb. Oh, we're still on track right here for Relentless Pick. 150 and 44. 303.32 on 2 for Relentless Pick. Gonna be no time. Last one of the round. It's Relentless Honor. Owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker. Flag Ranch, the breeder of this 2020 mare. She's by One Time Honor out of All the Time Smooth Cat by Smooth as a Cat. Then here going to be 7 and 30. 7:30. $153 and 20. The score there. 302.73 for Relentless Honor. All right, be a few minutes, guys. We're going to work the boxes, work the arena. We'll have us a little break here before we start this third round. Hey, here's the results for round number 2. Took a 150 and 44 to place. That's third. Relentless Pick, ridden by Miles Baker, owned by Relentless Remuda for $800. Second in the round, HR Call Me Star, owned by Hirsch Ranch and ridden by Andy Holcomb. 150.76 wins $1,200, and the round win goes to Relentless Honor, owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker, bred by Flag Ranch. 153.20 for $2,000. All right, here is round number 3 coming at you. We're going to start at the top. Number 1, Peace River Cat, owned by Juan Zerbino, ridden by Justin Zerbino. By Vemba Cat out of Peace River Princess. 281.83 on 2. Then number 2 going to be Fortune's Bay and Brock Hansen, and Relentless Otter and Miles Baker at number 3. Five here going to be 16-14. 16 and 14. Next out going to be Fortune's Bay. Levi Simpson, the owner. Brock Hansen, the rider. Read by Joe Goetz. 2020 Gelding by Fritchman's Fortune out of Black Eyed Pine. Relentless Otter and Miles Baker to follow. The number 4 going to be Roland Version and Caden Richard. $135.36 for 417.19. 417.19. All right, Fortune's Bay and Brock Hansen, number 2 out of 148.73 on 1. Clean 804. 804. Let's go to Relentless Honor now. Relentless Remuda, the owner, ridden by Miles Baker. 2020 mare by One Time Honor out of All Time Smooth Cat. Flag Ranch LLC, the breeder. 302.73 on a pair of them into the third round here for Relentless Honor. Then Roland Version at 4-5. Going to be Winners Midnight and Ren Richard. 151.96. 151.96 there for Fortune's Bay. 300.69. 300.69 on 2. Clean 778. 778. Next, going to be Roland Version, owned and bred by ANC Racing, ridden by Caden Richard. By Winner's Version out of Roland. 293.52 on a pair for Roland Version, coming into round number 3. $152.22, the score in the third round for Relentless Honor. 454.95 headed into the short go for Relentless Honor. Gonna be no time there. All right, number 5, Winter's Midnight, owned by ANC Racing and Roping, ridden by Ren Richard. By Winner's Version, out of Brooks Midnight Eagle, bred by Chad Richard. 296.98 coming into the third round. Clean going to be 9.88. 9.88. Next, we're going to Checks Out My Finey, owned by Caleb Driggers, ridden by Andy Holcomb. This 2020 mare is by One Fine Vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks, and bred by Robertson Ranches. 298.48 on 2 coming into the third go. Here's the scores for Winner's Midnight. 148.62 in the third round for a 445.60. 445.60. Clean here, 7:15. 7:15. Now it's number 7. Now Let's Talk Money, owned by Michael or Kim St. Clair and ridden by Dakota Kirchenschlager. 2020 Stallion by Metallic Cat out of Money Talk Smart, bred by Rocky P Ranch. Comes into the third round with a 295.73. Then it's Time Royal in Traffic and Bobby Moat at 8-9. Goodbye Dash and Fame and Jason Thorntonson. 151.35. A big score for Checks Out My Finey. 449.83 on 3 there for Andy Holko and Checks Out My Finey. Clean here going to be 9 and 16. 9-16 for Now Let's Talk Money. Next row going to be number 8. I'm a Royal in Traffic. Owned by Reliance Ranches and ridden by Bobby Vogt. 2020 mare by Traffic Guy out of Jim's Royal Tilly and bred by Troy and Jamie Ashford. I'm a Royal in Traffic brings a 286.39 into the third go. Then Goodbye Dash and Fame at 9 and 10. Careful What You Call Me and Les Oswald. 150 and 34. 150.34 for Now Let's Talk Money. 446.07. 446.07 on 3. Clicking here, 857. 8 and 5-7. Goodbye Dash and Fame, number 9, owned by Vicky Carter and ridden by Jason Thorntonson. 2020 Stallion by The Goodbye Lane out of Coops Cope Attracted. Read by Tony or Sonny Beckstead. Then Careful What You Call Me at 10 and HR Call Me Star at 11. Clean there, going to be 9:05. 9:05 for I'm a Royal in Traffic. Draw number 8, 147.93 in the third round for 434 and 32. 9:05 on the run for Goodbye Dash and Fame. Next row, going to be Careful What You Call Me. 2020 gelded by Call Me Mitch out of Travelano, Missy, owned by Sarah Westfall, Les Oswald, the rider. Philippa Teresa Rawls, the breeder. 142.95 for Goodbye Dash and Fame. 417 and 75. 417.75 for the total. Here's Careful What You Call Me and Les Oswald. Number 10, 11 going to be Andy Holcomb and HR Call Me Star, and Caden Richard and Kenny's Brookstone at number 12. Clean going to be 893. 893. HR Call Me Star. Owned by Hart Ranch. Andy Holcomb, the rider. By Call Me Mitch out of Deca Starlight. And bred by Hearst Ranch. 2020 mare. Right here brings in a 297.85 to the third round. Then Kitty's Brookstone and Late Night Mistress at number 13. $149.07 for Careful What You Call Me. $149.07. To make the total of $443.80. $443.80. Here's HR Call Me Star with a 297.85. Clean here going to be 8 flat. 800. Next out going to be number 12, Kinney's Brookstone. Owned and bred by A&C Racing and Roping. 2020 stallion by Brookstone Bay out of Skinny Kinney. Caden Richard, the rider, 296.95 into the third round. Late Night Mistress to follow with Miles Baker at 13. 14 going to be Bobby Vote and Itchy's Red Gypsy. $152 flat for HR Call Me Star. It'll be $449.85. Looking good on 3. $449.85. Kitty's Brookstone now, number 12. From there, 851. 851. Next row, going to be Late Night Mistress. My Late Night Stopper out of Spooks Melody, bred by Mark and Kathy Gordon, owned by Relentless Remuda and Solo Select, ridden by Miles Baker. Coming into round number 3 with a 298.75. Itchy's Red Gypsy and Bobby Moat going to follow at 14 and 15. Rin Richard and Uno's Runaway. Score for Kenny's Brookstone, 148.99. For a 445 and 94. 445.94. Here's Late Night Mistress. Draw 13 with a 298.75. Oh, just barely going to get the barrier. We're going to get a leg 2. They're going to be 22.92 for the total right here. 22 and 92 with both penalties. Itchy's Red Gypsy and Bobby Moat. Draw 14, owned by Bobby and Kate Moat. This 2020 gelding is by Cat Itchy out of Red Light Girl and bred by Tance Bryant. 289.63 into round number 3. That is Uno's Runaway and Ren Richard and Light Cash in Town and Kyle Wilson. $136 and 58 for Late Night Mistress. $435 and 33 going to be the total. Clean here, 836. 836. Next out, it's going to be Uno's Runaway. Uno's Runaway, owned and bred by... Yeah, you're going to have your choice. So let's get the score, and then we'll... Okay, they want another one. We're going to get that one again at the bottom. With the barrier, going to be 1639. 16 and 39. Next out, Line Cash in Town, owned by Vaughn Warkin, ridden by Kyle Wilson. 2020 Royal Crown Stallion here by Wimpy's Royal King out of Small Towns Gold, bred by Gerald or Maureen Arnold. Then it'll be Relentless Pick, Miles Baker 1718, SJR Diamond Fever, and Andy Holcomb. $141.11 for Uno's Runaway for a 435 and 33. Gonna be no time. Oh, correct. The score on Uno's Runaway, 437.07. 437.07. All right, here's number 17, Relentless Pick. Owned by Relentless Remuda, written by Miles Baker. 2020 mare by First Prize Diver out of Char's Gun, bred by Flag Ranch. Comes in with a 3:03.32 into round number 3. SJR Diamond Fever and Andy Holcomb to follow, and then Itchy's Red Gypsy and Bobby Moat to wind it up. Five here, 13:48. 13 and 48. SJR Diamond Fever, written by Andy Holcomb, owned by Fallon Avery, by CD Diamond out of Barely Enough Taz, and bred by San Juan Ranch. And then Itchy's Red Gypsy and Bobby Moat going to end the round. $146.52. 146.52. 449.84 for Relentless Pick. circling here, going to be 809. 809 will get you the score there. The last one to go is going to be Bobby Moat and Itchy's Red Gypsy, owned by Bobby and Kate Moat. By Cat Itchy out of Red Light Girl, bred by Tance Bryant. $148 and $41 the score for SJR Diamond Fever. Cling going to be 751. 7 and 51. And that's all in, all done. The end of round number 3. No drag here. We'll just switch. Yeah, we'll just get the short round ready. We'll go right into it. $150 and $41 for Itchy's Red Gypsy. $150 and $49, excuse me. For a $440 and $12. $440 and $12. Results for that third round. Third in the round, a 151.96. Levi Simpson, the owner. Brock Hansen, the rider of Fortune's Bay by Frenchman's Fortune out of Black Eyed Pine. Won $800. Second, HR Call Me Star with a 152. Owned and bred by Hearst Ranch and ridden by Andy Holcomb. Call Me Mitch out of Deca C Starlight for $1,200, and the win went to a 152.22 Relentless Honor, owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker, bred by the Flag Ranch. One-time honor out of all the Smooth Cat. Won $2,000. All right, we've got 14 back to the short round right here. We'll go through the order, but here's how the money's going to break down. In the semi-pro, we're going to pay $940 to third, $1,410 to second, and $2,350 to the champion in the semi-pro. Here's the main average breakdown. We're going to pay $4. Fourth is $2,140. That's $1,780 to the rider, $216 to the stallion, $144 to the breeder. Third in the average, $4,280. That's $3,560 to the rider, $432 to the stallion, $288 to the breeder. Second in the average, going to win $6,420. That's $5,340 to the rider, $648 to the stallion, and $432 to the breeder. And the champion going to win $8,560. $7,120 to the rider, $864 to the stallion, and $576 to the breeder. Here's the order we're going to rope in. 14th callback going to be Peace River Cata and Justin Zermino with a 417.19. 13th back, Goodbye Dash and Fame and Jason Thornton with a 417.75. 12th going to be I'm a Royal in Traffic and Bobby Moat, 434.32. 11th, Late Night Mistress and Miles Baker with a 435.33. Then the top 10, Uno's Runaway, Rin Richard with a 437.07. 9th, going to be Itchy's Red Gypsy and Bobby Moat with a 440.12. 8th, Careful What You Call Me and Les Oswald, 443.80. 7th, going to be Winter's Midnight and Rin Richard with a 445.60. 6th is Kenny's Brookstone, Caden Richard, 445.94. 5th, going to be Now Let's Talk Money and Dakota Kirkenschlager with a 446.07. 4th is Checks Out My Finey, Andy Holcomb, 449.83. 3rd, Relentless Pick and Miles Baker with a 449.84. 2nd, HR Called Me Star and Andy Holcomb, 449.85. And number 1, Relentless Honor and Miles Baker, 454.95 for high callback. All right, here we go. We're ready to go. 14 to battle it out right here for 4 monies. It's Peace River Cat, owned by Juan Zarmino. Justin Zarmino, the rider, 417.19 into the short round for the 2020 mare. By Bama Cat, out of Peace River Princess. By 6's pick, Perry Johns, the breeder. And we get a leg there. Going to be 14-24. 14 and 24 will get you the score for Peace River Cat. The Royal Crown office is going to be open until 4 o'clock today. So if you have any business you need to handle for tomorrow, get it done by 4 o'clock today. It'll be closed till tomorrow morning after that. Next out, Goodbye Dash and Fame, owned by Vicky Carter and ridden by Jason Thornton. Coming in with a 417.75. 2020 Stallion by the Goodbye Lane out of Coops Coke Attracted, bred by Tody or Sunday Beckstead. Gonna be no time. No time there. For Peace River Cat, 139.76. 556 and 95 the total. All right, next out it's I'm a Royal in Traffic. Owned by Reliance Ranches, ridden by Bobby Moat, 434.32 into the short go. For the 2020 mare by Traffic Guy out of Jim's Royal Tilly. By Royal Shake'em, bred by Troy and J.B. Ashford. Gonna be clean here, 8:01, 8:01. The time for I'm a Royal in Traffic. Next to rope, going to be the 11th callback, Late Night Mistress. Owned by Relentless Remuda and Soda Select. Ridden by Miles Baker, 435.33 into the short go. 2020 mare by Late Night Stopper out of Spooks Melody by Gray Starlight. Bred by Mark and Kathy Gordon. 147 and 99 the score for I'm a Royal in Traffic. 582.31 going to take the lead right now. Clean going to be 8:01. 8:01. Next going to be Uno's Runaway. Owned and bred by A&C Racing and Roping. Ridden by Ren Richard. 437.07 into the short go. 2020 Stallion by Trav's Little Shug out of Runaway Foose. $150 and 49. $150.49. 585.82 the score for Late Night Mistress. And we're going to be clean here, 7:01. 7:01. There, the time for Uno's Runaway. Next going to be Itchy's Red Gypsy. Owned by Bobby and Kate Moe, run by Bobby Moe. 2020 Gelding by Cat Itchy out of Red Light Girl by Starlight's Gypsy, bred by Tance Bryant. 440 and 12 into the short go. 151.99 the score for Uno's Runaway. 589.06 going to be the total there. And going into the lead, Uno's Runaway's number one. The tack room is open. The bar and the restaurant right across the way there. They are open. So stop by before you leave, or if you've got this afternoon to hang out, they got TVs and good eats and cold drinks over there at the tack room. Looks like but kind of okay. We're going to be no time there. All right, we're going to go now to Careful What You Call Me. By Sarah Westfall, written by Les Oswald. A 443.80 into the short go. 2020 gelding by Colby Mitch out of Travelino Missy, read by Philip and Teresa Rawls. And we're going to be clean here, 8 and 59. 8:59 for Careful What You Call Me. Next out, going to be the seventh callback, Winter's Midnight. Owned by ANC Racing and Roping, written by Ren Richard. 2020 Stallion by Winner's Version. Out of Brooks Midnight Eagle, bred by Chad Richard. 445 and 60 into the short go for Winter's Midnight. 151.41, the score for Careful What You Call Me. 595.21, the total. 595.21 in the lead. Oh, and a good run right here. 8 and 14 on the clock for Winter's Midnight and Ren Richard. Next out, it's going to be Kenny's Brookstone. 2020 Stallion, owned and bred by ANC Racing and Roping by Brookstone Bay out of Skinny Kitty. Ridden by Caden Richard. 445 and 94 into the short go for the sixth callback. 152.36. Hold on, adjusting that. Yep, it's official. 152.36 for a 597 and 96. 597.96 is leading it for Winter's Midnight. All right, we've got it cleared out and ready now for Kenny's Brookstone. Caden Richard, 445.94 into the short go for the sixth callback. Top four are getting to the pay window. Oh, and we're going to be no time there. No time for the sixth callback. Let's go to the top five. Now let's talk money. 2020 Stallion by Metallic Cat out of Money Talk Smart by Smart Mate. Bred by the Rockin' P Ranch, owned by Michael or Kim St. Clair, and ridden by Dakota Kirchenschlager. 446.07 is what we bring into the short round for the fifth callback. Right now, a 597.96 winners Midnight's in the number one spot with 5 to go. All right, here we go. It is Now Let's Talk Money in Dakota Kirchenschlager. Clean going to be 8 and 62 there. 862. For Now Let's Talk Money. Next out going to be Check Out My Finey, owned by Caleb Driggers, written by Andy Holcomb. $20.20 Bear by One Fine Vintage out of Tangy's Last Checks, bred by Robertson Ranches. 151 and 38 the score there for Now Let's Talk Money. 597.45. That slides into the number 2 spot here as we go on to the final 4. All right, here we go. Andy Holcomb and Checks Out My Finey. 449.83 into the short round. We're into the money runs. The top 4 now. Andy's got 2 and Miles Baker's got 2 in the top 4. Yeah, putting together another good one here. 704. 704 for Andy Holcomb. And Checks Out My Finey. We're going to go to the final 3. It is a 449.84 in the third spot. Miles Baker aboard Relentless Pick. Owned by Relentless Remuda. 2020 mare by First Prize Diver out of Char's Gun. Bred by the Flag Ranch, LLC. $152.96. Look at the score for Checks Out My Finey. 602.79, firmly in the lead. We'll see at the pay window. We got 3 to go. And we get around here, we're going to be 9 and 13. 9 and 13. We'll tally the scores up for Relentless Pick. $149 and 37 the score there. $149.37. $5.99 and 21. Going to go into second. $5.99.21. Second for Relentless Pick right now. Now to the final two. A $449.85 is Andy Holcomb aboard HR Call Me Star. The 2020 mare by Call Me Mitch out of Deca C Starlight. Owned and bred by Hearst Ranch. And they're going to put a good one together. 8 and 53 on the run now. 8:53 for HR Call Me Star. We'll get the score together for you as we go to the high team back. We take a look at Relentless Honor by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker. 2020 mare by One Time Honor out of All Time Smooth Cat. Bred by Flag Ranch LLC, $454.95. Into the short go for high call back. $152 and 47 the score for HR Call Me Star. 6:02 and 32 goes into second. All right, now to high callback. It's Relentless Honor with a 454.95. The Relentless Remuda and Miles Baker in the number one spot into the short go. 6:02 and 79 the score to beat for high callback. Yes, sir. We're going to finish the course here with a bang at high callback. 6 and 96. We don't let off the gas at all. 6.96, and we'll put the score together for you for Relentless Honor. Remember, you've got an hour to take care of any business you have at the Royal Crown office. Got an hour to take care of any business. We're going to close it at 4 o'clock. How about this score for Relentless Honor in the short round? 155.04. 6:09.99. We run away with the 4 and under heading. Congratulations to Relentless Honor, owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker. The 2020 mare, One Time Honor, out of All Time Smooth Cat by Smooth as a Cat, Flag Ranch LLC, the breeder. We'll have the full results for you here in just a moment. Here are your results for the average. For the 4 and under, heading at the Royal Crown, fourth went to Relentless PYC, Relentless Remuda and Miles Baker. Bred by Flag Ranch, $599.21, $117.80 for the owner, $216 to the stallion, and $144 to the breeder. Third, Andy Holcomb, aboard HR Call Me Star, owned and bred by Hearst Ranch, $602.32, won $3,560 for the owner, $432 to the stallion, and $288 to the breeder. Second, Andy Holcomb, and Checks Out My Fighty, owned by Caleb Driggers, bred by Robertson Ranches, $602.79, wins $5,340 for the owner, $648 to the stallion, and $432 to the breeder. And your champion again, Relentless Honor, owned by Relentless Remuda, ridden by Miles Baker, bred by Flag Ranch, a $609.99, won $7,120 for the owner. $864 to the stallion, $576 to the breeder. Your high score that didn't place in the average in the short go there, Rin Richard aboard Winners Midnight with a 152.36, going to be $1,000. And here's your results for the semi-pro side pot. We paid 3. Andy Holcomb won third on HR Call Me Star for $940 with the 602.32. Second, Andy Holcomb on Checks Out My Fighty, 602.79, won $14.10. And Miles Baker on Relentless Honor, $609.99 for $2,350.